Welcome to God B. We're here live on Libation, Port of Spain, Trinidad. We're here for Emancipation Steelband Parade. So this is every year after Emancipation Day, this Saturday. On the second, on the third really, they do this Steelband Parade for Emancipation. So people were asking, why isn't the Steelband included in Emancipation Day when they was yesterday? This is the reason, because Steelband has its own day for emancipation. This is the Steelband, Emancipation Steelband Street Parade. So we are here in Laventille.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are Roadblock Steel Orchestra here from Chumakak right up the hill there.
All night, and
we
12
hope.
midnight.
So we're bringing it to you. Check it.
This is just the start. The bands haven't really arrived yet. As you can see, the band is stationary. We're going to get music all over the side. Covered them many times. Very talented.
Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah.
They're doing sound check, so be patient.
Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
sound.
Roadblock Steel Orchestra, ladies and gentlemen, we give you what you need right now.
We're here in
As we celebrate.
Emancipation Steelband Street Parade.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We are Roadblock Steel Orchestra hailing from the hills of Chewbacca, because to be exact.
This is Roadblock.
And we're
Just
going to give you
warming up
some
the
lovely
crowd.
music. We're
Over
going
here, they
right now.
are
Giving you a really
feeding
nice
for
jam. So
maybe VIP, I don't know.
Happy
Somebody else sitting over there, we don't sitting there. We're
empowerment
outside.
to each other. Let's do this. Bless the place with the music.
This is Emancipation Steelband Street Parade here in Libation, Trinidad on the Eastern Main Road. We did this last year. Great event. A lot of fans are going to be rolling through here soon. I'm going to stop talking because these guys are too good. I don't want to talk over them.
Deja Kane, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin King. Veteran. Kaiso. Sweet Steelband, that's how we dropping it on the inside. Roadblock, Steel Orchestra, guys. We have something for you. Alright, so dropping some vibes to you right now.
On the Eastern Main Road in Laventel. Just around Angostura, and we're covering it live here. This is Emancipation Steelband parade, street parade. So we're going to see a lot of bands coming through here. Tonight it goes from 4 p.m. all the way to midnight. Phyllis, I see you. Yes, Harold, thank you for joining us. Hi, Leonard and Cynthia. Natalie, hi. Stefan. That's what's up today, Stefan. Already said it. So, did I miss anyone? Bing, bing. Yes, we see you.
Yeah.
I hope you guys will stay with us the bit.
Happy Emancipation Day, people, everyone. It's the Emancipation Day. How you doing out there? Nice, I like the big smile. You're getting it nice. Keeping it real just for your listeners.
Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Check that's a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, bring the thing inside. I like that. I like that. It's coming nice. All right, man.
Half a minute. Okay, there's a bit of a walk here. We are here in Laventel live at the Emancipation Steelband Street Parade. So, people were asking, why isn't the Steelband in Emancipation Day, which was yesterday in Trinidad and Tobago? But we know why, because they have their own day. Today is the day for the Steelband to show their to commemorate Emancipation Day, or to celebrate Emancipation Day. And real good over here. All right, let me see what people are saying. Greenville, North Carolina.
Sing
Yeah.
to make sure no feedback. Okay.
Wow, 1977. Well, that's a give it a time over there in the USA, huh? Always living in Greenville. And see, North Kakalaka, South Kakalaki. I don't know about down there. Been down there several times. North, South, all around Carolinas. Great part of town. You get a lot of home cooked meal there that really tastes like here in Trinidad. So, yeah. Carlos, how you doing? I didn't miss you in that, Cynthia. Yeah. That's a different alarm. That's not even the police. That's an unfortunate reality. I think it's the Adventist Church. Somebody tripped the alarm or the sound tripped the alarm. That's going to add a different kind of acoustic that we're not really welcoming here. We're getting the thing started, you know, there's a little bit of ironing out, a little bit of administrative work has to be done, you know, so everything go right. Walk up to the other side here. You know how much I like to walk. They call me Gartsy Walker, because I'm walking everywhere. Yeah, that's the right word, Bing Bang. That's the right word for what's going on over here. Noise is not welcoming at all. But we're outside. The people out here waiting. They're waiting to see the steel pans come down this side. I think they come from this side and come down, right? Right. And you guys been here last year too, right?
No, last year we didn't come, but normally before.
Yeah, because I was here last year.
Yeah, I was here last year.
Nice and jamming last
We
year.
missed last year.
Right.
You had any last year?
They canceled it last year. No, I was here last year. I was here last year.
I don't mind saying that here.
Oh, okay, good. All right, enjoy. See you guys, you all have your chair. 2 green, 2 blue. You know about that. You know who have it is the green or the blues, you know. All right, good luck, guys. Hello. And you know, people are set up here. So she's like, they want to stop the fire to that. It's still cooking or it's finished?
It done cook already, just a minute.
That's warming up, okay. All right, good. Good luck tonight. Yeah, we have popcorn. We got pulleys. We even got guys down setting up. They'll be coming down with the pan, the steel pan, all the way down. They're already in the casters. They're ready to go. This one is only much on it. Okay. Well, we know about this. This group is from right here in Laventille. Right, you guys are from right here in Laventille, right?
Yeah.
Right, because I remember covering you guys before up at the yeah, I'm just live. Are you hiding me? No, it's all right. You're in on tape. It's doing pointed. Yeah. You guys were at the school, the grounds there with the basketball court. Where's that area called? Oh, okay, yeah. I went up there and check you guys out. When you were auditioning for the semi-finals or? Yeah. I think you were playing. You know, seen that hair. There's a hair, I remember. All right. Good luck, guys, tonight, okay? Yeah. All right, thank you. So this group is also from Laventille. They are here early. I think it's the earliest band, but they don't have to go far to go. They're from up in Trinidad, I think is the area. It's a little, it's a basketball court. It's a little like a, what is that, playground, but it's not. It's like a sports ground. But they want a lot of events there as well. All right, the band is coming back again. We're going to catch them. In the comments, sorry, it was too sunny. Hey, Leonard, what are you saying? Okay, well, I talked to you already. Nathan, thank you for joining us, Nathan. Susan. Yeah, youth and pan, beautiful. What would they be doing if they weren't playing pan, you know? Think about that. And they love to play pan. This is Gartsy, you're on Gartsy. You're live in Trinidad. This is Roadblock.
talking about, man, yeah. So it's all about Roadblock Steel Orchestra giving you the good vibes on the inside. We have some more tunes to drop for you before we head out. And we're going to touch it a little bit, something like this.
This is quite amazing. Roadblock sounds good, yes it does. Roadblock is one of those bands. It's like a family band. This is a twin, brother and sister. It's a twin and the father. That's one of the twins and the father.
Yeah!
It's a family band, but they're so good.
I need something. Anybody know anybody want to come down here and they're freezing on it? We have a story, you hear that music? Back on our time right now. It's back on our time. Hear the thing though. Listen. Say, Lauren, you better wake up. I need a jet plane to take me non-stop. I can't stay in New York City. When there is sunshine, I'm down in my country. Never is the place to be jamming. It's by Roadblock, the station can get going. Everyone happy partying while they're freezing up there in Brooklyn. Darling, can't take it easy. I don't mean to hurt you, baby. All this is making me shiver. Right back home, this hustle like fire. That is why I say the next champion must take me straight to Port Spain. Where all my fans are there waiting. What we playing for today morning. Darling, you're an over your living. I can't miss the jamming. Tell them still my beating. And woman, I'm not kidding. Let's see what right to the baby. Let them come on the journey. Tired of my fever. Jamming it on my woman. All the listeners that they don't get on the pan right now. You're gonna talk to them some steel pan patwa. Pini me doom day. Pini me doom day. Deep down there, deep down there, what we say? Flowing baby, hata go. Big bang bang, me daddy. Yeah, Roadblock. Yeah, the rain is upon us. We have a little bit of rain coming in. So
It's not going to dampen anything. This is Love Until. This is Emancipation. Alright, let's say hi to some people here. Let's see. J. King, I see you. Monty Steele, I see you. Yes. Guys, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel, or at least consider it. We do appreciate that. Keep the comments coming. JC, massive thumbs up. Thank you.
right. Roadblock.
Roadblock, hey, let me say hi to some people here. Soca, for life, sweet Trinidad, TNT pan singing.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You want to see some hands up in here for this one, eh? Everybody singing along. Everybody do it. Let me go. Hey.
This is supposed to be the anthem, right? Hey! Talk to the people there one time. I saw.
Inside the section, the party kicking up bad. She put up she two hand, whining back on the man.
Mola,
You think I give a damn?
you're mad?
The day you leave,
What?
the day you leave, I
Started to see my way.
when you hurt me and went away. What I thought was a tragedy was a blessing. The day you up and leave was a
Blessing, a blessing.
I'm feeling
So blessed, oh yes,
when you leave was a blessing.
a blessing.
Hands up high,
Real so high,
winding low.
how I did love,
Got you go.
I did go.
Like that never happened before. Me hands up high,
Real so high,
winding low.
how I did love,
Got you go.
I did go.
I don't want to know more.
Open the gate, all of the good you create. Like I start to debate, open the gate, ain't no debate. Like get shake and dead, like you want to wait. So glad I procrastinate, but you will right on. Amputate, I remember the date. Not cause I hate, yes I stayed in and that to stay. Yeah, we tell you. Say what?
I'm starting to sing my way.
Hey, hey.
When you hurt me
Yeah,
and went away.
walk one.
What I thought was a tragedy.
Hey, what's a blessing?
The day you up and leave was a blessing.
A blessing.
I'm feeling
So blessed, oh yes.
when you leave was a blessing.
Hey,
A blessing.
blessing.
Hands up high,
We are so high.
winding low.
How I do,
Got you go.
I got you go.
Like I never happened before. Hands up
We
high,
are so high.
winding low.
How I did love,
I got you go.
I got you go. I don't want you no more. Hey,
I don't want to know more, girl.
so glad.
I don't want to know
I
more.
don't want to get gone, girl. Hey, I don't want you no more. We will tell them again, tap tap.
Hands up high,
Hands up high.
winding low.
How I did love,
Got you go.
I got you go.
I can never have you before. Hands up high,
Give me hands up high. How I did love,
got you go.
I got you go. I don't want you no more. Yeah. Soca to the world, you don't know. Roadblock, we touching it like this. Right now, we're going to touch a popular tune. All the ladies on this church, this one is all in. All right? You know, the show must go on. We have some technical vibes going on here, but that's okay. Roadblock, let me touch it. So right now, I'm going to bring on the man, Ashton. The boss on bass going to touch this one for you.
The microphone, but this is done. Let's see, yo, okay. Wolverine, I see you, yes. Jabu, I see you. And yeah, SJC. Thank you for the thumbs up. And also, yeah, this is home. This is Roadblock here.
Pleasant evening
I think this is.
to each and every one. Happy Emancipation to you. What's about me?
Yeah, this shut down
We're
before.
gonna have it nice for you.
Rastafari.
Yeah, this is Trinidad and Tobago. We are in Port of Spain in Laventil, to be exact, on the Eastern Main Road to be exact.
You know, this is Roadblock, and we're gonna have it live and live
This is
just for you.
Roadblock, and this
So we're gonna
is
keep it real.
Emancipation.
Yeah. We're gonna take this one.
Emancipation Steelband Street Parade. So we're getting ready to see the bands come down this way. And there'll be a lot of
It's
bands
Trinidad Wales, so you know.
pushing on casters.
Any kind of year we could be pastor and we still love it. Pull it. Right back. There we go.
Roadblock. We are at Emancipation Street Parade, the Steelband Street Parade. It's the day after Emancipation Day in Trinidad and Tobago, and it is time for Steelband to show their celebration of Emancipation Day. So it always comes the day after Emancipation Day. We have the Steelband joining in to help us celebrate Emancipation of Trinidad and Tobago. We're actually on the stretch called Eastern Main Road in Laventil. Stop what you're doing, don't play. And we're here. It's going to be this is just a warm-up group in terms of they came before everyone else. Basically, you will see a whole bunch of Steelband passing this direction and all the way down. And it's going to be a nice sight. It goes all the way till 12 midnight tonight. So there's a lot to see today. Let's see who's on. Hopefully you That is the flag of
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
that is the flag of Cuba, or is it? Oh, Cuba has one star on it. That's the flag of Czech. Super. Thank you, Simona. National anthem is playing.
Thank you very much. You may have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I now invite to the microphone to give us the libation, Ogunbuwale and his team to give us the libation. Yeah.
Greetings, pleasant evening. All officials, government officials, executive members of the organizing committee, brothers and sisters, mothers, fathers, children. I ask even permission of Olodumare, the owner of the universe. I ask the Emancipation all the time and Olodumare gives us our comfort of Mother Earth. The active permission of all the orishas, energy that Olodumare gives to human beings for their comfort, for their safety, and for their sustenance. Beg even permission of our ancestors, individually and collectively. All those who were here to meet us when we came from our rooms, those who will be there to meet us when we go back home to our rooms. We take Omi Tutu, cool water as we go back to Mother Earth. Ile Tutu, we pray for a cool home for all of us who are here present today, and those who would have liked to be here and cannot make it. Ori Tutu, we pray for a cool head, so that we will have a cool doing today and success in all that we do here today. We say Ola Tutu, we pray for a cool pathway, so that all those who are coming and going, that they will be safe in their doing. We say Tutu Laloi. We pray for a cool temperament. We ask that you will exercise patience, tolerance, and good character in all that we do today. We ask for blessing and we give thanks to all those who were here last year and promise that they will be here this year again. We give thanks for seeing each other again face to face. We ask for blessing all those who are on their way, so that they will be given traveling mercy. All the officials who are supposed to be here and not arrived yet, may they come without any untoward incident or accident. We like us, O Lord. Open the door for us, O Lord. Open the door for us. We ask the blessing for all those who have put their energy into today's doing, that all success will arrive in a good time. All those who are coming, may they arrive at their good time. May all the executives of the organizing committee get their blessings, all the energy that they have put into it. May the energy return to them. May all those who have put money into what is going on here today, may their money return to them. We ask that the offerings that we make here today will be accepted not only in IA but in our room. The download the blessings for all of us, for all of our families, all of our spouses, all of our children, for all of our comrades, all in our world. We pray that the offering that we take here today will be accepted. No name but in the mighty name of Jesus. The dry food that we offer to Mother Earth, from whence it came, we pray that all those who are without food will have food in their plate. That those who don't have food in their plate, their neighbors will have food in their cupboards to share with them. We pray that all those who don't have food today will find a place where they will have food. Those who don't have work, that they will find work so that they will have food in their cupboards. We are acting in order to It is salt that we offer to Mother Earth. We say that we are the salt of the earth, and if the earth shall lose its salt, the earth shall be salted. We pray that all the energy that we put into it today, that we find all that we do palatable. And just as salt will make food palatable, so that it will taste good, and all that we say to each other will be refreshing. And no one will see anything that is negative, that is evil, prevent us from achieving our goals today. We ask the blessings that salt will always be in our home to make our food palatable, and that our voice will only say good things to each other today. May no one with any negative energies coming, may they arrive here and do anything that is not pleasant to us. May they stay far away from us. It is olive oil that we offer back to Mother Earth so that our pathway be smooth. May the olive branch find itself in our homes so that we will be blessed, so that our children will find tolerance with their parents, so that parents will find tolerance with their children, so that wives will find tolerance with their husbands, and husbands will find tolerance with their parents. May all go smooth with us today, just like oil and milk. Oil money of Trinidad and Tobago find itself in our pockets. May the oil money of Trinidad and Tobago find itself in our bank account. May we be able to buy houses. May we be able to buy cars. May we be able to buy books for our children. Most of all, put food on our table. It is honey that we offer to Mother Earth. And we say, what can they say about the Libation Pan Festival? But that it was sweet. Let nothing in our life get too sweet that it will get worms in it. May honey be part of our existence so that nothing negative could find itself in our bodies. May our life not be too sweet that we will get too comfortable and too complacent. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. It is Oti, white rum, alcohol that we offer to Mother Earth from whence it came. From Cain it came to give us merriment. We pour Oti back to Mother Earth and we give thanks for Oti. We pray that there is no one with alcohol in their veins or in their system will cause any confusion here today so that the police will have to get involved in it. We pray that all those who wish to have Oti in their house to lift their spirits up, and they will have money enough to buy Oti. And we have enough Oti in our house to share with our neighbors, to share with all those who visit us, so that we lift our spirits. All those who are daunted, may their spirits be lifted. We pray that no one with Oti running in their veins will do harm to any one of us. Not today, not tomorrow, and never. We ask for blessings for all those who wish us well. May those who find blessings from all who marry. May we find blessings that will take us through this year, and that we will arrive here again next year under harmonious and peaceful circumstances to enjoy another Lavender Pan Festival. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Oh la la la, oh really, oh la la money, oh la la la, oh really, oh la money, oh la la la, oh really, oh la money, oh la la la, oh really, oh la money, oh la la la, oh really, oh la money. May the blessings of the grand metallurgist, the one who gave ore, who took ore and changed it into steel, and changed it into iron, so that we can have pan today. May we be blessed. Open the pathway for prosperity for all of us. May our pathway be open for prosperity today and tomorrow. May our root find a space in our home so that we'll be never out of his blessings and prosperity. May he open the road and may he protect us so that we'll have a long life, a healthy life. In no name but God, Mary, holy and powerful name. Ashe, Erude, Ajuba Malo, Erude, Ajuba Malo, Erude, Ajuba Malo, Erude, Ajuba Malo, Erude, blessings from our ancestors, for all those who touch pan land, or touch the instrument of pan before us, who dwell in the land of the ancestors. May we remember them. May the energy continue to run in the veins of the young ones who take up pan. May we remember names like Goldie Marshall. May we remember Lincoln Noel, May we remember Rudolph Charles. May we remember Winston Simon. May we remember Sidney Golden. May we remember Northern Charles. May we remember Earl Rodney, Ellie Manette, Dick Cameron, Bobby Mohammed, Pat Bishop, Guy Bradley, Dennis Ash, Ursula Tudor, Curtis Spear, Stephen Shaiba, Andy Shaw, Ken Professor Fillmore, Margaret Kwan, Anthony Williams, Hester Sullivan, King Lloyd Wong, Marjorie Wooden, Roy Kate, Annie Smith, George Goddard, Owen Perry, Colvin Roberts, Arnold Patrick, Edward Wade, Franklin Oliver, Eddie Ewood, Andrew Bailey. All their energy, all their creativity, all in the veins of the younger ones who come after them. And may our plan live on forever. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
that was the prayer that opened the ceremony. We had the national anthem, we had the prayer. So things are getting warmed up here. We had a warm-up steel band from
Ladies and gentlemen,
Roadblock.
as we continue now,
So we should
we
see
say a
something.
very, very warm welcome to the Member of Parliament for Laventille West, the Honourable Kareem Marcel, Councillor Adana Griffith Gordon, and the former Chairman of the Tunapuna Piako Regional Corporation, Quasi Robinson. And it is my pleasure to say a very, very special welcome to the announcer who I met when I first started here. He is here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together and say thank you to Phil the Thrill from Laventille. When I first started here, I had the pleasure of working with Phil, and now I work with his son. So Phil, there's Phil, ladies and gentlemen. Phil the Thrill from Laventille. Phil, thank you for all that you have done. And it is my pleasure now to invite to the microphone the chairman of the Laventille Steelband Festival Foundation, a pan man himself, the manager of Port Sound Specialist of Laventille, Mr. Richard Fortu. Please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
The Honorable Mr. Kareem Marcel, MP, Laventille West, Miss Adana Gordon Griffith, other councillors, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Our libation was made and drinks were poured to our ancestors. But let us just remind ourselves and take ourselves back to 1838 to 1883, when the skin drums were central to our carnival celebrations. 1884, a band and drumming led to tambu bambu bands. And I wish to remind you that 1884 is also that year of the Berlin Conference, when they got together in Germany and they cut up our fatherland like cake. With each of those big we must not forget, we must also remember that important conference, and we mustn't forget it. So while they were banning the tambu bambu here in the country, they were doing something else to our fatherland. 1935, speeding now. 1935, we came to Gonzales when we had tambu bambu bands all over the country. The Gonzales Tambu Band, while in procession, a bamboo burst. And that player, not wanting to be left out of the carnival, saw a motor car hub, took it, quickly started to beat on it, and by the afternoon, there was a conversion. All the tambu bambu bands actually went to metal. So entered the metal band. So this year, when we have massive Trinidad All Stars celebrated their 90th anniversary, we must understand where that really actually came from. And so we must look at the resilience. 1939 to 1945 saw the Second World War. And with the Second World War, the British authorities put a ban on the carnival. But our innovators and our pan scientists did not stop their work. They went into the East Dry River and they beat and they beat and they beat. So, from 2 notes to 3 notes to 4 notes to 8 notes today, ladies and gentlemen, is now the national musical instrument of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So the pan scientists, they worked. With the end of the Second World War, the World War was September 1939 to September 1945. And so when we had VJ and VE and VJ Day, Trinidad awoke to music coming from what used to be metal. Now you were getting some level of sound, because the guys, they would have toyed and toyed, 3 notes, 4 notes, 8 notes, as I would have said, and they now have a musical instrument. The national musical instrument, honorable ladies and gentlemen, as I bid you welcome, I do so on behalf of the ancestors. And I need not call them because they were just mentioned. The ancestors who toiled. Remember, there are lots of people who would have been saying a number of things. Why them fellas didn't pay attention to the pan, or they missed the bus. They say all sorts of things like that. But we must remember that the pan was taboo. The pan was taboo. And there were people who would have had a landline because they didn't have cell phone in time, who would have been glad to call the police to say, look, them hooligans just gone around the corner. But today, we can be happy to know that while we are having this today, the police is ensuring security. So we have lots to actually be thankful for. So we give thanks. So on the shoulders of the ancestors, we stand, and we stand solidly. Today, I have one question. If anybody could take this question, I would be very grateful. Somebody has to tell me why the national musical instrument will be getting so much problems to play in events like these. Now, you all may not know what I'm talking about, but every time a Steve Harvey come out now, they have to go and get a day pass. So we are trying to find out why is that happening. So somebody needs to ask that question, and we need to get answers. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to be long. I must have been a little too long already. So, as we celebrate our 187th anniversary of emancipation, may we remember all those whose shoulder we stand on today. Let us also remember the 1.8 million souls who didn't make it through the Middle Passage. We must not forget that. Today, I say a very big thank you to the Honorable Minister, Ms. Michelle Benjamin, MP, Minister of Culture and Community Development, and Mr. Peter Kanai, the Chairman of the National Carnival Commission, without whom this event would have been cancelled. But every member of our foundation has expressed our thanks. We thank the Minister and Mr. Peter Kanai, Chairman of the NCC, for getting together. 2 weeks down the road, we were talking about whether we having this, right? But for those of us who would have come in and we look at this set, right? Aren't we looking good? Yes. Like we show. Are we looking good? Yes, ma'am. Now, right? And as we celebrate, remember, this event would have started in 1999. And today, we can tell you all that we have lived through those years without any incident. And so we are happy when we hear Libation being poured, and we are being asked to ask the gods
to ensure that we have a safe event. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for you to enjoy the rest of the evening. Tell people that you would have spent some time in Lavington and it was safe. Lavington and proud. And as we say, rebirth. Rebirth. Let me just get it correct. Itumbi, Iluwa Onbawa, rebirth, rhythm of the ancestors. So let the steelband play, let the drums play, rebirth, rhythm of the ancestors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard Ford, Chairman of the Lavington Steelband Festival Foundation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure now to invite to the microphone our Member of Parliament for Lavington West, the Honourable Kareem Master.
Good evening, everyone. Allow me to express a happy African Emancipation Day to all members here present. After 400 years of slavery and almost 200 million lives lost, whether it is on the Middle Passage or slavery, we remember those of our ancestors that would have went through and gone through the most heinous crimes against humanity in the history of this world. And I want to say that today is a very, very special day for me. I was just telling before I reached, and let me just, apart from wishing happy emancipation, to recognize on her way the Honourable Minister of Culture and Community Development, with the Honourable Michelle Benjamin, Councillor Adana Griffith-Gordon, as well as Councillor Junior St-Hilaire, the Chairman of the Lavington Steelband Foundation, Mr. Richard Forto, and all other executive members of the Lavington Steelband Festival Foundation. Happy Emancipation Day to all. I want to say that today is indeed a very special day for me. I live right across the road in Beetham Gardens, and I remember during my July-August vacation, Panonimi Road, as we would know it, has always been one of the most precious times of our vacation. Because one, your parents know it's pantsing, not much vulgar music, so you're getting to come to shore. And you're just walking across the road. So no matter, even if you miss the date from the time you hear pants start playing in the morning, or in the preparation, you know that you have to find yourself here. I want to thank the Lavington Steelband Foundation for continuing to keep up the heritage of this well put together event. And I want to let you know that you have my continuous support for this initiative, and as we go forward in order to ensure that it goes from strength to strength. So, brothers and sisters, I wish all of you a safe and enjoyable pan on the main road as we deem it, and to wish you a very happy African Emancipation. Thank you very kindly and enjoy your time.
Thank you very much. The Member of Parliament for Lavington West, the Honourable Kareem Marcel. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Lavington Steelband Festival Foundation, we welcome each and every one of you here to this, our 23rd annual Emancipation Steelband Parade. 23 years and counting, and all because of the hard and dedicated work of the Lavington Steelband Festival Foundation. It's time in Lavington. I am General Jordan, and it is my privilege to take you through until we finish more than likely midnight or beyond tonight. And as I said, I started with Fill the Thrill, and I have continued this is about 18 years now that I'm here, and I'm laughing, telling people, until I didn't grow here. My parents moved out when I was 3 months, but I came back because then I taught at Nova Laventille Secondary School. So I am home, ladies and gentlemen, Laventille, and we are proud. Welcome to Rebirth and Rhythm of our ancestors, and at this time we take you to Uhuru, a journey to jubilation. A journey to jubilation. Sometime in the 19th century, in the African village of Accra in Ghana, Chief Otumfuo Osei was having a celebration. Separated from family members and taken to different plantations. There, they worked the entire day from sunrise
Somebody's free, and I toil, and I toil. Good Lord, Lord me. I'm dying from the Jubei God set free. I'm crying from the listen bastards give me, oh my God, oh Lord. I want to be free in my heart. There's so much to say. I told you this because I'm looking at the trail. My request was small. It doesn't calculate to answer me when I call. We had to chant and sing to express some feelings so that we can unfold. That was the only medicine to make them listen. And the song calypso's begun. They make me want somebody's day. And I toil, good from the journey was made free. I'm crying from the leaks and bastards give me, oh my God. I want to be free. Time has changed in so many ways. When somebody say, free plastic slave, I was then thrown out in the street. With no clothes, no shelter, and nothing to eat. I had no education, no particular ambition. This I cannot conceive. I forget my native culture. I used to live like a vulture from the white man. I had to steal. They made me wrong. Somebody's day. And I toil, good Lord, no pay. I'm dying from the journey called slavery. I'm crying from the licks and bastards give me, oh my God, oh Lord. I want to be free.
In spite of slavery being in existence for over 300 years, the enslaved Africans refused to accept their condition. They encouraged each other to resist slavery and to remember that a change is coming. Freedom was coming. Swing along, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing along, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. plantation, Kwame, a slave, told his people, "We cannot continue to exist like this. No man has the right to treat us this way. We are worse off than animals." He said, "Let us kill the white bastards and escape. It is better to die trying to be free than living in this humiliation." So the enslaved Africans revolted. They resisted actively and passively. They sabotaged the machinery. They damaged the tools. They burned the crops. They worked slowly. They pretended to be ill. They ran away and they organized rebellions.
The time comes when man can take no more. They take me from Africa, so we cannot revolt. I can work for sure. They take me from Africa. We need a fire, 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 and they go. They can take me fire at all. See them running, fire, 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 and they go. They can take me fire at all. And I see that the fire was coming from we. We decide to set the slave free. We give them fire, 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 and they go. They can take the fire at all.
And then Ife, a house slave, shouted, "Kwame, Kwame, free paper come, free paper come." Queen Victoria said, "Free we, free we." They abolished slavery. The Queen said, "We free."
It is my duty and responsibility. I now read to you the Emancipation Proclamation. On this day, Friday, 1st August 1834, be it therefore enacted and ordained by me, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Governor George Fitzgerald Hill, by and with the advice and consent of the Council of Government thereof, and with the authority of the same and in accordance with the Abolition Act of 1833. All formerly enslaved persons shall be known as apprentices. Now I repeat, all apprentices shall continue to work for their lawful owners. All children under the age of 6 shall be immediately set free.
Yes.
The law states that all predial apprentices, that is, those of you who work in area of agriculture, shall continue to be apprenticed for a period of 6 years. This period of apprenticeship will therefore end on August 1st, 1840. The law states further that those of you who are non-predial or domestic workers will be apprenticed for a period of 4 years. Your apprenticeship will consequently end on August 1st, 1838. Therefore, I do proclaim that from August 1st, 1834, the institution of slavery is to utterly and forever abolish and declare unlawful throughout the British colony.
Push me free, me free.
Come on, freedom, come. Thank you for freedom, freedom. Freedom come, oh freedom come. Thank you for freedom, freedom come. Freedom come, freedom come. Freedom come. Wake George, power now, wake up when I goes. Yeah, Georgie boy, wake up when I goes. Ah, Georgie boy, ah, Nina boy, ah, Georgie boy, ah, freedom come. Oh, nah, liberation.
and folk performing company, and they are followed now by Wassa Fully, which means the love for the love of dance. Wassa Fully.
Drums into what they're doing, which is different from last year. You're very welcome. Last year was just all steel band. Thank you, Pamela, for the love. Brenda, thank you, sweet Candy. Sweet Tasha. Hello. If you're on here still, greetings.
metal object that made a sound was used after the tambu bamboo was banned. Just let those police vehicles come through, please. And out of the beating of any metal object that made a sound. During the period of World War II, 1939 to 1945, Winston's free silence.
We're going to go down and catch some of the fans. Now, sometimes they practice along the way, but it seems like these guys are coming straight up and playing here. Let's see how it's going. Very different this year. Very different organization. Yeah, they're coming up here. We're in Trinidad and in Laventille. We're in Laventille, Trinidad and Tobago. This is in part of Port of Spain. Thank you guys for joining. There's a lot going on here. I see you. Very excited about this, and I'm happy to see that. Rod, thank you. New York, New Jersey. All right, that's good. What part of New Jersey? Wayne, New Jersey. I used to teach in Wayne, New Jersey. All right, so every band is going to come down here, and then they're going to go on to that area where we were with all the lights that call the stage for all intents and purpose. So they practice it. Now the idea is that this year they decided, I don't know if it happened last year, I didn't really watch it carefully, but they built up to the steel band. It started with the drums, they started with speeches, and then went to the drums. After the drums, they went on to the tambu bamboo, and the next thing after the tambu bamboo is the steel band. So when they come across to this area, let's just get rid of the stage. They're going to stop here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Arima, Angel House. Another love song and Take Me Home. Let's warmly welcome Arima, Angel House.
It's just one of the areas they're playing from, but this is the point where they're going to pay their full set. They're going to decide a set and they're going to pay the full thing. Hey, what's going on? You good? What do you mean? Again? Happy to see me? Thank you.
Angel Hobbs. Okay, all yours. Angel Hobbs, they gave us another love
We're
song.
gonna catch up with some
and
of
the
them
high
up on the
mass.
other side.
And we say a warm
Keep it going.
welcome to
So there's a big gap between them and the others. There's going to be a little room before they come down here. We're going to catch them on the other side. But it's fun to see you guys having a good time. Vitalia. Yes. See, everything is nice over here. Franklin. Yeah. A lot of activities. You see earlier today, sun was hot. People weren't out yet, but now they're coming out. Looking for their band, looking for their band groups, and they're falling in line. I think we dance so well in this country in African dance that even the Africans can't tell the difference now. So, it's really good. Let's see what's going on. I see a big crowd up here. I'm hearing some steel pan here, I'm hearing some drums, hearing something happening up here, so we're going to check that out. So all of yesterday people were asking, oh, they need to incorporate Gartsy, G-A-R-T-S-Y, Gartsy, Gartsy. Gartsy, G-A-R-T-S.
Godpie.
Yeah, on YouTube.
Yes.
So all yesterday people were asking, where's the pan in the Emancipation Day? Where's the pan? Well, now you're going to get a whole bunch of it. There's pan all night. Hey, how you doing, man? All night tonight. There's going to be pan all till 12 midnight. And as she said, maybe a little beyond. This is the Highlanders Steel Orchestra. They're not too far from here either. But every now and again you'll see them start up. So we're gonna go look for someone who's already started and playing already. A lot of young ones in this group, a lot of young ones. They're playing. There's gonna be excitement up there, let's see. Oh, I'm hearing some band coming from up there. Sometimes if you're not a big name, you know, less people following you. So we're gonna find a big name out here. We just passed Highlanders. We're gonna go up and see who's this. Playing this music. Well, like these people, they just chill on the corner with their chairs. And that's one way to hang out here. Get your little food, your little chair, and your friends. Nice, cool weather. Let's see a band music coming on the road. You don't have to move around too much. Alright, the band coming on here. The police car behind me. behind them in case they get tired. Oh boy. So that's Trinidad and Tobago Police Steel Orchestra. You got a little taste of them. Keep it rolling, we'll keep it rolling. Although the police is extremely good. We heard them a lot. They're always good. Especially that drummer. Drummer and the drummer. The African djembe drummer, he's good, and the actual drummer for the band, he's good as well. Very good sound. So maybe as we go on, it gets bigger and bigger. Past Arima, Harps was playing. Highlanders we passed. And the police band we passed. Steel band. Steel orchestra. Hello, friend. Miss Laventel, huh? Yeah. But I saw you yesterday. Okay, I know that. Okay. You already caught you. I'm going to do a short with you. Don't worry. You're going to be on guard, see. All right, goodbye. Yeah, that's Miss Laventel, yeah? I recorded her yesterday. We put on a short. The people just liming out. Nice, cool vibe. All right. Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service Band, Steel Orchestra. And somebody said fire. Easy, I see. Here I see. Alright, so we're going to catch up with a lot of people. We're going to catch up with a lot of them. What's going on, you good? What's up? I've been seeing you in a long time. Huh? Good? Yeah. Alright, good. Alright.
Here we are. What up, dude?
Where you been, man? We outside. Ontario, Canada, see that? Thank you for joining us, Ontario. I've only been to Ottawa. Yeah. Been to Ottawa, Canada. Nice, great. of Claire. Claire, we know them from down south. But now this time for now, I know they hear them. You can see more of that in Darcy. Music stars we just passed there. And you're the conductor, right?
Yes, I am.
I know because I saw you the last time. You're really good at what you do. Thanks for working so hard on that.
Go far.
Yeah. All right, take care. All right. The conductor of music stars there. They're from Laventille. They didn't have a good way to come, right? This song here is, let me see a banner. Hey, who are you guys? That's Cheer Up, what? Cheer Up. What's it? Huh?
What?
Yeah. What? Is it Daniel? Shazando. Okay, Cheer Up Shazando. All right, then. Madness going on down here. Okay, this is young people. The guy that broke John B there, he's walking really fast. Tokyo. So that's an old school favorite the most. We'll catch them back again. Not over. Let's take a quick walk down to see how many bands there are and who they are, so we will know who is coming up. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Let me know in the comments. Well, yeah, they debut like speedboats and power boats. We had that live today. The power boat show here in Trinidad and Tobago. We did that live, and that's still on guard, so you can check it out.
I see some folks here with it.
I like that.
So we are at Angostura's, what is it called again? Sorry guys, I forget stuff on there. Fernandez compound, that's where we are. Coming up to Fernandez compound. There's a smaller band here. Looks like they're pushing their own stuff. I don't know who they are though. What band is this one? Who are you guys?
Simon Steel Orchestra.
Huh?
Free Simon Steel Orchestra. Free Simon Steel Orchestra.
Okay, that's a nice name, right? Free Simon Steel Orchestra. So we got them coming up too. Catch them down the street when they're playing. Alright. Look like a ton more steel pans going up there. Thank you, Izzy. I think it's fascinating. And it gives young people something, an activity to do that they seem to enjoy. One of the conductors from the East told me, I said, how often do you guys practice? He said they practice all the time if you give them a chance. They want to come and practice steel pan every night if you give them a chance. So that's really encouraging to see that people, I don't know how to play. Okay, somebody's playing now, never catch them later. I'm not going back, I'm going forward. People have an opportunity to find something that they so much enjoy. A little bit of a development here on the Laventille. Nice building seems to be going up. I don't know what it is. Looks like a business. Pretty much. And the bright lights of the truck coming down here. Okay, the signal is really bad up here. So, okay, this is Joylanders. And they're heading down. Hello, Joylanders, they're joyful. We're gonna head back down because the signal is really bad here. As Joylanders, we're gonna head back down. I'm not getting good signal, no signal here. Yeah, why do you stop Izzy? Get into Izzy business here. Sorry about that, Mike. Let's get back down. We saw a lot of bands coming up, a lot of bands coming up high. A lot of bands coming up. the Emancipation Day. The next day is the Emancipation Parade, Steel Pan Street Parade. So every year, it happens right here in Laventille. It's always amazing because people always say last year when I came through here, I'll be very careful and stuff like that. You know, nowhere is off limits to God see here in the country. We go everywhere. We go into the communities, we go on the streets, we go everywhere. This is the country I live in, so I'm going to use it to, oh, look at skills. Look at skills, be careful. I'm done with you, yes? I don't want to see you fall. I saw one of them fall before, it was not nice side. Yeah, real talent. Real balance, you know? So it's usually what do we do? August 2nd today, right? Yeah, so it's August 2nd of every year. Because Emancipation Day is August 1st. Independence is the end of August. August 31st is our independence. That's a big parade. They watch that live on Garcia. They're going to be there. one down here. That's Tokyo. That's Tokyo. Alright, Tokyo Steel Orchestra. I mean, these people put out proper stuff, but there's no street food in there, you see? It's proper stuff. Proper stuff going on there. So it's on the first Sunday. It is the 1st of August. That is Emancipation. The 2nd of August is this. Where am I going? I'm streaming, but I can't stream no more. That's how I usually go, easy. Right down till I lie down. big jug. I go until it's done. Come on, easy. This is your first rodeo with Gartsy. Yesterday we did 12 hours straight. We streamed for 12 hours yesterday. This is our second stream for today. Right down till we lie down. guys can stay home, you know that, right? You don't have to come out and cover this. I'm covering here. God, see already got this coming. I know what you guys doing. How you guys doing? How you doing? Right now. Signal bad over here. You guys getting a signal? It's bad on the post. Yeah, so how was the, it was good? Yeah. I ain't really seen one out there. Dropping people like crazy. That's what that guy was doing. Right? Yeah, every time I come home, this media guy here, media professional. He got back. Guy now, about the incident. Stay along here, boy. I ain't like down here, though. I think I'm going up the other way. I'm going up the other way. Hey, Brandon, see you later, man. Way down here. Not too good anywhere. All is bad. Down there is good.
Yeah. We know that one we did. Alright.
I think I'm dropping it up. I guess it.
Gotta make a decision because it's real hard.
Yeah, down here is good, but it's all down here. Up here bad, all between bad. How come you're not dancing? The good music playing? You ain't even shaking or nothing? You ain't catching the vibe?
So why you why you choosing
You don't need no because I like your outfit. It look like a part sailor. It look like a sailor now. A bodybuilder mix up. Alright, take care, okay? Enjoy, alright? Alright guys, the signal is Steelband. Alright guys, we're going to a place with better signal because it's... How you doing?
Hey, got to feel that boy because I have me now. Yeah,
I real bad signal.
Yeah, and then I come down, and then I come down the road, I didn't see. When I come down,
yeah, we got a plan, but we ended up like about...
Oh yeah, because when we get there...
You could actually see something. Golly. Hope you guys are still on here locked in. It's bad again. I didn't even see nothing. Well, let me get one of those cheese sticks. Look at big money now. Sorry guys, hold up now. Just getting some stuff, yeah? You look at this beautiful young lady going by there, so there's always something to watch in this place. freestyle on here. We're still trying to get to a place with good signal. Good night. I'm going to go back to the judging point. Hopefully I get something here. KFC is what's for dinner. KFC. Islanders like KFC. Here they going, here they going. Oh, that's good signal here. Hope you guys still on. Oh, bad signal again.
stage, all the way from the beautiful city of San Fernando, MLCB Fontclair, and they're going to give us one composed by the late Pen Professor Fillmore, Pan by Stone, and then a medley of the 2025 Soca selections. On stage, MLCB Fontclair Steel Orchestra. Pan by Stone and a medley of the 2025 Soca selections. We warmly welcome NAC Fontclair Steel Orchestra.
Where do I find that energy? I don't know. I keep on looking for it. Somehow I pull it out. Because I really want to do this. So it's really fun. Journey from Canada. Hello. I finally got to a spot where we can get signal.
Go to Madame.
you.
Music Stars. Making their way forward now is the Music Stars Steel Orchestra. And they will be giving us to celebrate and enhance.
Stay with God, see, don't go nowhere. Yeah, we're going to be live till right until we lie down.
Sweet, sweet TNT.
Okay, music stars, welcome, welcome. And I know you are going to celebrate and then show a homework. So, welcome, music stars, and as always, we are anxiously awaiting your performance.
Alright, for the boom boom, ladies and gentlemen.
guys. Keep watching Gartsy, you know, we here live. We don't give up, we don't give in.
Making their way forward now, T-Rex Cycle Steel Orchestra.
Yeah, but I go all the way down.
Ladies and gentlemen, on stage now we have T-Rex Cycle Steel Orchestra. They will be giving us a Calypso medley and Iron Love. Audio Stresangle. Chairman and Governors of the Executive of the Libation Steelband Festival Foundation, we welcome each and every one of you here to this our 23rd annual Emancipation Steelband Street Parade organized by the Libation Steelband Festival Foundation. We say a heartfelt thank you to the National Carnival Commission, and I hope the chairman is still here, Mr. Peter Canhide. So we are here celebrating African Emancipation Day. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will be welcome Tokyo Steel Orchestra. They will be giving us the instructions, festival, and so come and
Nice, we'll see there, yeah.
John, we go late. Later. Relax.
Festival time.
Yeah, I'm very nice.
Carnival time. Festival and carnival time. Tokyo Steel Orchestra. Again, welcome to our 23rd annual Emancipation Steelband Parade, organized by the Libation Steelband Festival Foundation. Thank you for being here, and as usual, for a very welcome and safe. So, let's focus the orchestra. Now we're getting ready to welcome on stage Spring Simon Steel Orchestra. Cooperation, the Ministry of Culture and
Big band coming.
Yeah, big band sir.
I don't think I reached it yet. One about Tokyo was. One about Tokyo was. I mean, the first band I see that was Exodus. Yeah.
MGC Cooper Drylanders. Thank you so much, Drylanders. Thank you so much for such a spirited performance. Thank you.
Yeah, I see you, yeah. Good stuff. Now the guy on the truck that is Terry Lyon's son, the grandson of Blue Boy. He was waving, but not playing anything. So good to see him out there.
roadblock playing Lorraine.
Youth band coming back.
And they will be giving us blessings and jam down.
Big band coming.
But they got good home now, man. Yeah, man. I'm the dangerous guy. We're going to have to listen to the band.
Hi, Marlon. How you doing? Lucky, how you doing?
How much? And I got a band like.
I mean, I plenty man.
It's about 12 that I left.
To face two.
You face two coming in?
Face two.
After face two, then again. You come in any other way. All of a sudden, I said a big band coming.
The big band is right there.
Yeah. No 7 o'clock, shouldn't come.
I really don't do.
Tell them come 7 o'clock now.
Yeah.
They come in.
No, now it's prime.
Yeah, prime time.
Yeah, now it's prime.
He's supposed to be.
He's going to
Maybe she went to the bathroom, but she's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, making their way forward now, face the Pan Steel Orchestra.
Right in front of me.
Face the Pan Steel Orchestra.
Grab your favorite drink, hopefully Moby or something, sorrel or something. Relax. Let's just watch God see. It's Saturday night, come on now.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your love for Phase 2 Pan Group Steel Orchestra. Pan and the soca, and they should be moving out playing, giving praise. Phase 2 Pan Group Steel Orchestra. Pan and the soca, and giving praise. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, BP Renegade. Okay, Phase 2 Pan Group, they're gonna give us giving praise.
She's better than me. She's much better than me. All two of them. You know your boy that shot.
Yes, yes, I know.
Yeah, all you better. You better than me.
Listen, darling, eh?
Come from the camera.
You want to have that? Sorry, Sam. Sorry, darling.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's only welcome BP Renegades Steel Orchestra.
Yes.
BP Renegades Steel Orchestra will be giving us the festival song by and Parade by Mountain. Ladies and gentlemen, here to perform for us, BP Renegades Steel Orchestra.
Next time? Yeah, next
there to move on, and they will be giving us a ballad medley. Right, sir? Royal Stars Steel Orchestra, the ballad medley. Yes, sir.
some music out of that. Two bands we saw from Lavender so far. Yeah.
This is a public service announcement to Shannon Crane. To Shannon Crane, I have something belonging to you. To Shannon Crane. To Shannon Crane, please check the announcer for your belongings. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of us now, we warmly welcome all the way from San Brandy, our band San Brandy Cornets Steel Orchestra. And they are here to entertain us tonight, and they're going to give us a calypso medley. So let's warmly welcome San Brandy Cornets Steel Orchestra, a calypso medley.
village fella in front there. It's $12,000 too much to be and he don't know nothing about it.
So let's listen to the sweet sounds of the love and children section at this third annual Street Parade organized by the Libation Steelband Festival Foundation. Rivers, river of the ancestors.
Rhythm coming out. I want the rhythm section.
I'm going to sit down and hear them.
Yes.
Back to the picture.
I
am coming back.
Okay.
When there's
Where chairs?
Yeah, yeah.
You have a chair?
I don't sleep.
Boat that could only go on land. Comes the boat.
everything. I will check the page together. Thanks a lot.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we say, a very warm welcome to our Minister of Culture and Community Development, the Honorable Michelle Benjamin. We now invite our Honorable Minister to say a few words. Okay, so we just let this next song from the Laboratory section lie down a bit, and then we will hear from our Minister, the Honorable Michelle Benjamin, Minister of Culture and Community Development. Okay, so almost, madam.
Signal man.
So ladies and gentlemen, at this time of rescue, please focus your attention to the stands. And now we will have a short address by our Minister of Culture and Community Development, the Honorable Michelle Benjamin.
Good night, everyone. So to be short and to not interrupt the procession of the bands, I want to say well done to the team, to the organizers. This is 2 decades strong. 2 decades of Libation Steelband Festival. Since 1999, if my records, and I can rely on the information that I was given. I see the chairman is shaking his head. This shows the resilience of this community, and I am proud. And my commitment and my ministry, we are proud to be sponsors here tonight as the largest Steelband event outside of Panorama, and one of the most significant grassroots cultural expressions in the country. I want you to give yourself a round of applause, and I am proud to be with you here tonight and to join this parade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I'm coming on stage.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I have a feeling, Madam Minister, you're looking at me, you realize I short and sweet, so you make a speech just like me. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for the Minister of Culture and Community Development, the Honorable Michelle Benjamin. The ministry is one of the sponsors of this evening's event. Thank you, Madam Minister. And as we continue now, coming on stage, hosts, some specialists And Unity Stars will be giving us festival song by the anthem and greatest land over by Young World. Unity Stars Steel Orchestra. Thank you everyone. Proud to be Avenue. Unity Stars Steel Orchestra. Okay, all yours ready.